health services, unafika kwa hospitali yenye umelipia taxes, unaambiwa ulale kwa kitanda moja na mgonjwa mwenzako kwa kitanda ya 3/6. Yet we pay taxes in this country. Like this is like, imagine going to med school for 7 years, alafu unarudi unaambiwa ati ungoje 1 year, hakuna pesa ya kupost ya kuwapost ya kuwalipa. Yet there are people who get money for free in this country. Deputy president, sijui Kindiki, sijui first lady, second lady, wanapewa budget ya kupigana na pombe. Kazi ya nakada ni nini? Interns hata wakiwa hospitali like hawapewi hata housing venye wanafaa kupewa. Like everything is broken, like hakuna kitu ina work. Then these guys like, acha niwape like, kuna interns wenye wamekaa nje for 1 year now, na as we speak there is another batch from Maseno University wenye washamaliza shule, wanafaa pia kupostiwa. So the earliest hawa sasa wanaweza postiwa according to hii ministry ni next year September. Imagine like in med school knowledge is incremental. Unafaa learn continuously, even consultants learn. Imagine staying out of hospital and a classroom for 1 year. How effective will like hodoki atakuwa aje? Naona hivyo tu, like wase tuko shule tunasoma, alafu tunaambiwa tukae nje 1 year. Tunakaa nje 1 year tukingoja nini? Na wanatuambia tuende tufanye kazi majuu. Sisi nyumbani tulitumwa na wazazi, tulitumwa like a whole village inakutuma ukuje shule ndio uende usaidie watu nyumbani, ndio tusaidiane hapa Kenya so that we provide like health care kwa wasee. Alafu msee anatuambia niende nitibu watu majuu. Wasee wenye wanajua mimi ni daktari nyumbani watatibiwa na nani? Acha sitaki kumalizia time wasee wengine. Thanks.
I just wanted to add something. It's not only limited to medical officers, the medical interns or anything. Even the nurses, you get even the public health officers, all them, even the clinical officers. Biti, you can go on.
Okay.
Either Biti or Dr. Koech, you can go, no problem.
Okay, sawa. Let me go on. Acha nianze tu kidogo. I think we should understand that in our country, actually, healthcare is in the pit. When I started internship, there are some things zenye, contrary to what I was taught in school, it's very different, as in very different what's being done outside and what's being taught. For example, when I started internship, we started to do lumbar punctures. It's supposed to be a sterile procedure. We were using clean gloves to do so, which is not a sterile procedure. The reason why we did that is because the hospital did not have enough sterile gloves. So, we had to perform it using clean gloves. Then the second one, we had some issues like, for example, we didn't have a KY gel, so we had to, let's say, put a nasogastric tube without a KY gel. Imagine the pain that the patients are going through. Then we have also had reports that other hospitals go to theaters without medication. So, like before you go to theater, a patient has to buy drugs for theater. That's drugs for use intra-op, then after theater. So medications such as antibiotics, if the patient cannot afford to buy those antibiotics, and remember these surgeries, some of them are emergencies, so you have to do them. So you leave a patient after surgery, they go to the ward without antibiotics. So we expose them to infections. They have a risk of infections. We also have in the hospitals they are very greatly understaffing is an issue. So like you'll find that as an intern who is actually the wheelbarrow of the hospital is in the hospital for like 20 hours in 24 hours. That person has only 4 hours to sleep, 4 hours to do anything else. So you see, those are some of the problems, and that problem with understaffing also comes with other problems. Somebody is overworked. At the same time, the brain does not work as well as somebody who has been resting. So we have many medical errors happening. Many problems will happen from that. So I think we have to highlight the problems that we are going with through when we are not posted for internship within time. Then we also highlight the problems that we go through in the hospital setup. So I think I will add, if you are an healthcare worker, please request. I think BT can say something.
Dr. Mbiti, kuna shida na ya side? Dr. Koech, unaweza nisikia right?
Yeah, naweza kusikia. I think BT ndo ako na shida na network yake.
Mbiti, unaweza drop alafu rudi tukiquad back. Kuna surgical somebody nimeona surgical Dr. Umamo, continue.
Hello, are you guys able to hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you loud and clear.
All right. So I thank Kimuzi and Dr. Mbiti for hosting this. I'll speak from a more senior, but I'll say a middle-age sort of a doctor, having done my internship in 2009. And that is a time when, because it's always good to have the history and seeing where we are and where we are going, because if you don't know where you are from, then you only know where you're going, and you won't understand where you are. So we need to know that the clamor for better, not only better pay, I know we're talking about a better pay, but Dr. Cheriot has talked about better environment of working, better time of how many hours you work as a doctor. All these things were agitated by and fixed by through unionization or through unionism. And in the year 2011, after a protracted strike and during the Grand Coalitions, the office of the Prime Minister then gave out a circular that increased substantially substantially the money that was being paid to doctors. From what I was earning from 48,000, now the doctors were coming after us, or what they say the interns in 2012 are now earning something like 100 and 40, and then that went up due to inflation to the 206, 190 we are talking about right now. And progressively there have been gains that have been made. But what I've noted is that we, as especially healthcare workers and as doctors, we lost the plot to talk about, again, unions are important, but to talk and fix our eyes solely on our perks and what we need to earn, which, and up until this government came, was not even in dispute. That's one of the things that we need to realize, that the pay of doctors, the pay of interns had never been in dispute. Is up until this government came together with what we would call a very incompetent cabinet secretary, who, instead of using the well-set structures in MOH, decided to surround herself with so-called advisors you know, to bring up issues that were never even on paper, things that were not even supposed to be discussed. And now we are putting ourselves discussing issues that they brought up, you know, things that were not even, you know, it's like somebody is going to dig issues that were not even ever there. It's like gaslighting you in very substantial ways. And so when we are looking at this time of the country and this mood where we are, what will be my advice? And I think I did speak this in another space, and I will say it, that the people who consider themselves to have made it, or the people who consider themselves to have done something or got something, consultants, people in KMPDU, people in KMA, they should just step away. What we need now is the young generation Z, the young pre-interns, the young interns, the young MOs. You actually need to fight for your space and your profession and what you need to see in the healthcare and the future of healthcare in this country. And why am I saying this? Let me give an example of myself. I did my postgraduate last year. I finished COSAXA general surgery. I can comfortably say that I can't go a week without doing a surgery, a case or not. Simply because that 5 years extra has granted me an opportunity to improve my skill and improve my pay. But imagine there's somebody who graduated in 2022 and has not stepped in hospital. And then here there's a proposal that there are people who now need to be posted in batches so that the others get in December. Now, if these guys were brilliant enough to notice that there are batches that were there, why didn't they start with these stories of batches last year? Why would they even come up with such an nonsensical idea that you're posting people who have waited for 2 years in batches? Then what will happen to the group that is coming? Are we saying that the guys who are doing their internship in 2023 are going to be posted in 2026? Because that's the trend now when you start this kind of foolishness. Number two, how much are we actually talking about in terms of funding this internship program? Are we talking about 20 billion? Are we talking about 80 billion? And we are not talking for no more than 4 billion Kenya shillings. And if they can find money to fund 600 interns, nurses, doctors, whatever, if they can find money to fund that, believe you me, they'll find money to fund everybody who's supposed to go for internship, because they have money to um, to hire jets to the US for 200 million for 5 or 6 days. 200 million baht like that. For you are going to work here for 1 year, 52 weeks non-stop, and somebody is telling you that, oh, for you we can't get you 1.9 extra billion. Look, for me, I'm against the union's position to gaslight you guys and tell you that if you do not accept, you stay home. Don't stay home. If you have made up your mind to occupy MOH, get there, get your voices heard. A lot of these guys who are leading us, and including myself, you know, we usually watch our backs. I have 5 kids. You know, before I do something else, even though I was in the Mandamano, I was more in the service provision. I was not in the Wanja. You know, I've been in the Wanja before. I've been in strikes and all that. But sometimes you just look at, you become rational. You become a rational human being and say, hey, look, my 5 kids, who will pay fees for them, blah, blah, blah. But there are people here we know, you know, young guys. You guys, you don't have anything that you are looking back to because you've closed that door of med school. You don't have anything you're looking forward to because they're closing that door for internship for you. They're not giving you any option. And I'm not using it as an insight, but I just say, look at it clearly and just use this as a stepping stone to do greater things. After this, agitate for this, you know, discrimination that is in postgraduate, this misbehavior that people work in Kenyatta National Hospital and MTRH and other places and slave without being paid. This should end. And if there's anybody and any group that can bring this agitation and end it, it is you, because we did our part. We will support as much as we can, be vocal and activist as much as we can. But there comes a time that action has to be taken, and a group of people and are organized well-drilled group of people who know what they want. Once they get it done, they'll get it done. So that is my comment. If anybody wants comments from me, I'm still here. I'm actually reading, because that's what medicine puts you. If you're ever reading, you're ever learning, you're ever getting information. So heads up. I'm waiting to see what's happening tomorrow. I'm excited to see how you're going to handle this and get results out of it. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Doc. I was trying to speak earlier, but it was muting me up. Yeah, so like I said, the reason why we are also having this space is just number one to, of course, we say we just highlight the incompetence of the government, especially when it comes to healthcare. And I said, like I said, we want to bring everyone. I'm trying to add. I'm seeing med lab guys, nurses, nutritionists, physiotherapists, everyone, because now I think it's about time we start acting or speaking in one voice. Also the consumers of healthcare, who are the general public, their clients, and I'm sure each of us have had some funny experiences in the healthcare system. We have had clinicians strike for 100, more than 100 days, doctors 50 days, med lab laboratory guys are striking. There are those small strikes that happen that are not picked. So I think for me, I just wanted to say we are giving the mic is open to anyone in the field of healthcare, and even if you're not a healthcare practitioner but you have something of value just to highlight, this is in preparation for our plan to occupy MOH. I like to agree with what my senior said, Dr. Mamo, that it becomes ironical sometimes for someone who does not understand mtu mwenye ana shida, like if you have never been unemployed in your entire life, like it was before, people would just finish, they go, they posted internship, wanapostiwa directly, they get absorbed, they go back to school, wanalipiwa, so they've had it easy. So it becomes, I find it quite ironical that some of these people are the same people that we expect them to fight for us. Why? Because they don't really directly understand or resonate with the challenges that we are facing. So one of the things that I'm trying to push for this MOH and for us to occupy, I think I like one post that was shared. I don't know what happened today. They were told, you what, go in batches. One of the leaders told them, if you want to strike, you can go. I think it's about time the government only understands that kind of language. I think you have seen it before. If we send a politician to go and represent us about the finance bill, who are MPs and they failed us, so the only way they understood it is through what we did, and so we can do it in our own way. It does not make sense. It's not fair for someone. Mtu alimaliza med school 2022 bana. 2022, we have this group of doctors who study abroad and then they have to go through some, exams here and there so that they can fit into the system. 2 years, you're just at home, you know. Again, another thing that doesn't make me sense, like the government, there's always continuous of flow because we attend these Kenyan universities. The government knows how many medical schools we have in Kenya. They know the number of students that we are taking, and therefore it's the role of the government to plan and prepare for the absorption of these people. I think one of the challenges that we have with this government, to Meona, they don't take healthcare seriously. We are way Kenya. We are about 55 million people in the whole of Western province, Western combined. For example, we don't have specialists. Sai ukiungua unataka plastic surgeon. There's no plastic surgeon in Western. There is no neurosurgeon in the whole of West. Kakamega, wapi. There's no, there's no a good level 5 hospital that can handle some of these serious issues. Okay, so I think the problem of healthcare is a big one, and the challenge that we have is right at the top. There are so many issues, and that's why you find that even the issues of intern is being neglected. So today in this space, I just want you to come. Let's charge ourselves. Let's try also again. One of the challenges that we've had as doctors in the previous strikes and other healthcare practitioners that we have been in some type of way, the general public has not resonated well with what we are paying for, what we are demanding for, because some people would say, oh, you guys are asking for a lot of money. No, interns don't get paid. and those kind of things. So we have a platform actually also to enlighten the people what the role of an intern is in any hospital that you go. The intern is the first line of defense. I hope wherever you're working forever, for example, whatever you're doing and you find yourself in the hospital in an emergency setting, maybe God forbid you're involved in an accident or something has happened. When you go to any public hospital, there's a high chance that the person that will attend to you right now is a nurse intern, is a doctor intern, is a clinician intern. At the pharmacy, you'll find a farm tech intern or a pharmacist intern. So these people are the first line of defense of our healthcare system. And so when the public is able to understand this, that intern does way much more than what a surgeon does in the hospital setting, and they understand that indeed we cannot act like it's normal. We cannot have more than 2,000 or 3,000 interns unposted. That is one thing. We are not even talking about the number of unemployed MOs, those who have completed the internship. So you have a total of almost 6,000 doctors who are just somewhere there. And what is happening? There's a lot of scandals in the same ministry. The government does not pay attention to it. You saw the nature of the attitude, how the government handled the issues during that doctor strike, how they were very arrogant about it. And I felt like this was enabled because the whole public was just normal, was just like it was operating at normal. During that period, I work in a mission hospital sometimes, and you find that you would find people are dying mazee. Hiyo time watu hiyo walikuwa wanakufa like it's normal. Unapigiwa simu sijui referral, you have so many dispensaries for example. So the main public hospitals are not functional, the level 5s and the level 4s that can do for example these emergency operations. Ilikuwa tuna I was just certifying bwana. People are coming, they are dying, whether it's theater, whether it's things like malaria and infection. And I was asking myself, kwani you people are not angry enough that the government is neglecting healthcare from that aspect, that it's not just about the doctors, it's the fact that I cannot go to a hospital. You saw what happened for example during the demonstrations, what kina daktari were doing. You KNH is really uh people talk about, again, another thing that I've seen with healthcare, people there's a populist general stereotype against some of these things. When you see a lady deliver sijui amezalia sijui kwa parking lot, that doctors in Mama Lucy, do you know what happens in Mama Lucy? Unaweza pata uko na almost 20-30 cesarean sections per night. There are no doctors unakaa usiku umepiga unafanya operations. You are human beings. So some of these things that for example we see on the media, sijui patient neglected nini nini, you realize sometimes there's a lot of stretching that is happening on doctors. And so it's also important that the public knows that why we are occupying MOH. Now we are talking about interns, but there are several issues. My specialty is health economics, public health, and health management. I can tell you for sure there are so many things that are happening. When we talk about some today, we'll talk about things like the health financing model in Kenya. We'll talk about the how we are doing with the pillars. There are so many things that are at fault with our healthcare system. So now we are focusing more on the human resource pillar of it, which is very vital. So anyone that you get the mind, just speak about your experience. We'll also be giving also, not just I'm seeing people are saying, what about the consumers of healthcare who are the general public? If you have an experience with healthcare and why you think Nakumincha must go and why you need a total reshuffle of these things, it's important. Again, some of the things that we see, uh, just as you have spoken about the disingenuity of the government in trying to solve some of these healthcare problems, you saw a commission, again, a commission that has, I don't know, 15 people to address the human resource issue in healthcare. And it's very simple. When the current government was campaigning, they even called KMA, they called different stakeholders in healthcare. And one of the proposals was the need for health service commission. We actually highlighted all the deficiencies and the struggles that we have in our healthcare system. So they seem to have forgotten it. It had to take a public outcry, ndio hao wamechukua watu sasa. Some of those people in those lists, I will not mention names, but you realize it's the same game that is being played. So we really need to be hungry about it, just with the same strength that we fought the finance bill. I think we need to defend our healthcare system we really need to fight for it because it's one of those basic human needs. You can mess around with anything else, but healthcare is very vital. So I'll want to give Mungami. I'm seeing is a medical is a clinical laboratory. I can tell us also from his perspective, and then from there we shall give the mic according. Karibu.
Okay, so much, guys. Can you hear me well? So, my name is Barras Oliver. I am the National Vice Chairman for Kenya Union of Medical Laboratory Officers. And just to start with, when this government came in place, all the unions in the medical healthcare sector, we were called at the Catholic University where we gave our proposals and how we want the healthcare issues to be sorted out. And as Dr. Mbita has said, one of the agenda, I remember Dr. Kikondu, current president of KMA, we gave him a presentation of, we wanted a health service commission to sort out issue of the health human resource, because this is an issue that has been leading to perennial strikes in the healthcare sector. But on that, let me just address a few issues when it comes to the Ministry of Health. The Ministry of Health has the incompetent leadership that I ever had. I've sat in the Ministry of Health several times in the leadership. Let us start with the leadership. When you look at the leadership that constitutes who are leading us, look at the CS herself. What is her qualifications? When you sit with Nakumicha and talk about the matters of health, sometimes even she doesn't understand. And people whom we think they need to be technical people in the PS in the Ministry of Health should be a technical person who has the knowledge. Look at the PS Mtoni. She holds PA in English and literature. Look at the PS Harry Kimtai. He also, I think, masters in economics from University of Nairobi. So when you sit with these people, you can see the loopholes, the blanks. It doesn't understand how the health sector is run. Second thing, when Dr. Mbita has talked about the health financing. The health financing is as a health sector, we face a serious crisis, because when you look at the Abuja Declaration, we as the union, we have been fighting for the health sector to be financed up to the 15% of our budget. But what they do is, when you are called on the papers, the unions, you present your issues, but when they go back, they exchange. Now, this issue also goes back to the treasury. The ministry sometimes can propose the funding on the same, but there is deals that are being made in terms of policy. There is someone somewhere, he is always cutting deals to always reduce the budget of the healthcare. I don't know why. And there is this notion that hell is devolved. This is when we talk about like the issue of the doctors in turn, the clinical officers, the nurses in turn. So there is an issue between the COG and the Ministry of Health. Because when you go to them, when you agree with the Ministry of Health, the COG now are there saying that we don't agree with this. So for us, the only issue that we can be sorted on the issue of health human resource is, let us be given a health service commission. That thing I want to address is the corruption. We call the Minister of Health as house. There is those people who have stayed in the Avi house until they know every loophole how they can loot this country. The corruption stinks deep in the ministry, starting from the KEMSA. When KEMSA happened, up to this moment, we have never heard about the COVID billionaires. Where did they go? Where was the money recovered? Now KEMSA is going down. I think Dr. He was saying that KEMSA right now around 2 billion. Yet someone somewhere is pocketing money that meant for these children, for us. So the issue of doctors in turn. Allow me to speak this because we have sat on the tables, the unions and the agreement that we really agree. The issue that is also conflicting on the issue of the doctors intend to be posted is a focus institution called SRC. SRC is the biggest hindrance to the progress of any healthcare worker in this country, because let me take an example like me as a medical laboratory officers. When a medical, there is no difference between a medical laboratory technologist who is working on the bench who holds a diploma and a medical laboratory officer who holds a degree. So when the SRC gave a circular of allowances, that it scrapped off the risk allowances of a medical laboratory officer who is a degree holder, yet they are working in the same area, same space, and everything. When we went to the Ministry of Health, they take us to SRC. SRC takes you to the. So also there is this contradiction that has happening. And also, as the young doctors, young medics, what we need also to call out is our old folks, our people who have been gone ahead of us and have become complacent with the system. If you try to think otherwise, they want to smoke you out. So we need also to look how our old doctors and person holding the position in the Ministry of Health, he should be reminded that he is there to serve us, not to make us like we should not beg them, because there's those people just let me call out Dr. Amoit, the acting director general. When we were having the strikes until now, the person, the biggest interest of a person who has been, especially to end the strike of doctors and the clinic officers, is the acting Dr. Amot, because he's not ready to change anything. He's the biggest hindrance to the inner progress of the young doctors in this country. So for us, I support that tomorrow we occupy the MOH, and our call is that all people within the Ministry of Health should go, starting with CS Nahumicha, PS Harik Mutai, and the PS Muton, because these are people who doesn't understand even anything about it. So thank you so much, guys. Let us march tomorrow.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Hello, we hear you.
Thank you. Thank
Continue.
you. My name is Otieno, one of the directors for the Confraternity of Patients Kenya. Confraternity of Patients Kenya is a non-profit institution. It's an indigenous institution that speaks to the interest of the patient. I want to start by supporting what our good medics are currently conversing around, occupying the Ministry of Health. I want us to direct ourselves towards the healthcare ecosystem. If you look at the healthcare ecosystem, the patients, the healthcare service seekers, therefore forms the majority of stakeholdership. I want to go directly to one of the fundamental pillars of health service strengthening, stroke universal health coverage, which is leadership and governance in health. And one of the questions I want to ask ourselves, even as we sit in these respective places as now, is our healthcare system safe? The healthcare providers.
I don't think I can hear anybody talking, so maybe I could
I'm on the floor.
have a go. Can you hear
I'm
me?
on the floor.
There's someone speaking. Maybe it's
I'm on
your.
the floor.
There's someone.
Oh, sorry.
Continue.
Thank you.
Continue.
Thank you. Thank you. One of the questions we need to ask ourselves: are we safe? Are the healthcare providers safe? Are the patients safe? And to it, then it gets us to the fundamental component, which speaks to leadership and governance in healthcare. So I think I believe this is the right moment to have a conversation on the leadership. This is the moment to call upon the leadership. And of course, for us, we have been able to, write letters. We've done a number of, correspondences, trying to communicate on what we feel is desirable as pertains to the leadership and governance. Allow me also to speak to posting of interns and how relevant it is to the patient. If you look at the internship centers, most of the internship centers, the persons clerking at the patient, the first frontline workers clerking the patient at the.
Is anyone speaking?
Yes, I am speaking. The persons clerking the patient at the outpatient centers are either one, you'll find a clinical officer or a medical officer. And this same person will see the patient, and if they're eligible for inpatient services, therefore they are referred. And whoever clerks them at that point, again, at the point of admission, is either the two officers. Then this explains the importance human resource services these persons, officers are, transferring to the patient. The other thing is, if this, interns, these medical officers, clinical officers, dental officers, pharmacists, and so forth are not posted on the same at appropriate time, we all understand that people are retiring, people are resigning from work. So if these people are not posted at the right time, what happens then? They're not able to get, those desirable skills, because medicine, like we all know, is both a science and art. So that if you don't have, you're not exposed at appropriate time, then these desirable skills may not be transferred. And at the end of the day, we may end up not having a very sustainable healthcare system. Allow me to also to speak to there's something we call a triple threat in healthcare. That is, there are three. One, there's burnout. Two, pandemics, like we had COVID, and then three, patient safety. Looking at the patient safety, one of the fundamental threats to patient safety is healthcare service providers burnout. My good friends, burnout because we have a few medical professionals who are supposed to offer these services. Then what happens next? We start having conversations around patient safety related issues. So this is the right time for us, we the patients representing organization, we want to join the medical fraternity in calling out, the Ministry of Health, the Council of Governors, even as we, seek for your colleagues to be, to be posted and even transitioned to, PNP for the Universal Healthcare UHC workers. I think the major thing, the conversation, or even the guiding light is the provision of quality of care. That should the nation, should the country, of course led by the incompetent persons in those positions, should they not timely post these officers, the pre-interns and so forth, then the country, the healthcare system is really headed to the wrong path. Lastly, allow me also to speak to employment of healthcare workers, which is quite a fundamental part of, it still drives towards the leadership and governance. Because in order for institution, for organization as a country, be able to employ sufficient and qualified healthcare workers, we need a very, you need people at the helm of this Ministry of Health, people who understand what exactly this is called. Lastly, allow me to say that as COFPAC, we have worked with the KMPDU, we've worked with KUKO, we've worked with NAMLO, we've worked with the KEME and so many other, healthcare work professional bodies. And we will continue working to ensure that quality of care is attained in Kenya. Thank you.
Welcome. Uh, I think also let me just add something, just as a reminder about the manifesto of the Kenya Kwanza administration, what they had promised. So number one was just on the docket of health. So number one was universal health coverage, and they had promised to achieve 100% health coverage, universal health coverage within 3 years. Then they also wanted to revamp cash transfer for elderly and vulnerable households. Then on healthcare workforce, they were planning actually to establish a health service commission. That's just the same way similar to the teacher service commission, and this was to centralize healthcare management. Then They also wanted to, among other aspects, to improve health was now to invest in food production because they wanted good nutrition for good health, then housing and other parts that touched on health. Then also what they were planning to do specifically was to increase, to expand health facilities, then to equip medical supplies, then also to increase healthcare workforce development. They wanted to train and hire more healthcare professionals and also offer incentives to retain skilled personnel. Then the other one was also to invest in health information system. If you remember, then the deputy president had promised that if you go to one hospital, then the next time you go to another hospital, all your information will be available on your phone, so that you don't have to report somebody. You don't have to go for papers from another hospital to take to another hospital. So those were some of the things that they promised. So I think next we have the next speaker. If you are ready, please, you can raise your hand.
Let's give
Yes.
a I wanted to give a lady ongea kidogo alafu Rieko you'll come in.
Okay. Sawa.
Tetio and then Rieko you'll come in.
Thank you so much, Daktari. My name is Tetio. I am a medical student, a 6th-year medical student, and I'll be I think the group that should be having our internship next year, starting from January, because I'll be doing my exams in 2 months' time. And it's depressing to see the group that is ahead of us, the current medical interns, haven't even been posted yet, and we are almost done with school. We're actually supposed to be doing exams in like a month. Other universities are almost done with their exams. Others are finishing school, and they're yet to post the group before us. They're telling us that they want to post them in batches, and we're like, if they're going to post them in batches, when are we going to be posted ourselves? So I just want to echo what my seniors have said. This Ministry of Health has failed us as medical students. Most of us right now are thinking of ways to what to do after school. What are we going to do for like the whole year while we wait before we get posted? Other people are speaking of leaving the country, and it's so depressing to just think that all these years you've worked really hard to finish school and serve in your community, serve in your country, but now the environment is so hostile to you as a young Kenyan. You know, you just want to work. I genuinely want to serve my country, but when I think about it and it's so hostile, I can't do anything about it. Everywhere I look, there is absolutely no hope. It's hopeless. The people that I need to provide hope are our leaders, and there is none coming from them. So just just to echo what my seniors have said, it's we need to occupy MOH because we need an overhaul in the whole ministry. We need something new, and just thinking about it, even after school, after we finish internship, and looking at even further than that, it's so hopeless. You finish school, probably the pay cut as they're insisting, and this was kind of the money that you're thinking I'll save up and pay for my residency, because residency is just free slavery, and now that isn't even there anymore. And you look at other countries that are training their young doctors, and they're still paying them while they're training them. You're like, what's there for me in this country? You know, it's so depressing, and we want to flourish in Kenya. And you look at a country that doesn't care about the young. It doesn't care about their youth. Just leaders who want to benefit themselves and them alone, not thinking about the future, and looking at how money is squandered in nonsensical things, instead of actually caring about our future. What is our future as a country going to look like? And I think it's about time we took back our country. It's about time we took it back from thieves. And it starts like this. I was just talking to my friend we start with the taking back Ministry of Health, we go to Ministry of Agriculture. We should be able to overhaul the whole country. And the other day we were just in hospital. We were rotating as medical students. We rotate in the hospital. And now that there are no medical interns, they're currently asking medical students to do the work that is supposed to be done by medical interns, and it's dangerous for the public, because we are not yet ready. We haven't satisfied the board of examiners yet, so we are not yet ready. We're not supposed to be doing the medical interns work. Medical interns should be in the hospital. If anything, they should be there to actually help us learn and train us. And when they're not in the hospital, there is a gap that affects even our own learning. So yeah, that's just all I can say. Thank you.
Thank you, Tetio. Alois, karibu.
Yeah. Let me check it up. Thanks, bana. Now, mi nitakuwa na vitu kidogo. Not kidogo. There'll be quite a bit of stuff. But first, let me just acknowledge that whatever is going on is actually beautiful. So my name is Dr. Alois Rieko. I'm a dentist. I'm actually a freelance dentist, and whatever is going on is a thing that has had precedent over time. I was in the group that completed internship in 2017. That's when I was completing my internship from Eldoret, and this was the time when there was a strike that lasted 100 days, a doctor's strike that lasted 100 days. And usually, I think what most people may not know is, as much as, of course, mambo ya union and all, usually before we get to a point where a strike is effected and doctors decide now enough is enough, it usually means all channels have been blocked, all avenues are being frustrated. Either the ministry is just not willing to listen, or someone is just refusing to take responsibility and is playing politics with a very critical sector like health. Now, what we've seen is that in this country we have jokers, we have complete jokers. Actually, ukiangalia from the CSS. Funny thing, when the interviews are being conducted by the parliamentarians, I don't know who are in those two committees. For this CSS, there was nothing about their competence that I listened to. Actually, you ask any Kenyan, nobody will remember anything about qualifications and all those things. All we remember is that the poorest, and I'm actually putting poorest in quotes, because all we remember is their net worth. And we remember the poorest, who was, I think, Nakumincha, she was with someone else, and she had a net worth of only 100 million Kenya shillings. She was the poorest in that crew. The rest were talking billions, and those were conservative figures, meaning they had most likely hidden a lot of those other things. And you look at those people and you don't see any professional. You see someone who has been in politics all his life. You see someone who clearly does not know how to run any form of business, has never invented anything, is rich by the fact that he's a politician. And you look at their salaries and you realize this is definitely not coming from their salary. So that is not their money. So now in 2017, let me go back to my story. In 2017, when the strike went on for 100 days, alafu strike ikaisha, and my lot was the first casualty of what I would say. There was a problem, of course, in the healthcare system. In the healthcare sector, it has always been there. But I think in 2017, now we had a disaster, because a part of the return to work formula that was signed gave the government the freedom, or rather allowed the government to not employ doctors directly after they completed internship. Before this period, it was unheard of for a doctor to be jobless. Either you could be jobless because you decided to quit, or you resigned for whatever reason, or you did, but it wasn't like you had tried working for the public and you could not get a job, literally. So that's where we found ourselves, the first batch to finish internship and get the rude shock that out here now you have to fend for yourself. It's the reason why I joined the freelancing thing. Now the freelance that I'm saying, I'm a freelance dentist, because now it means you have to move from here to here to kupata njia ya kusurvive. Around the time when this automatic posting was terminated, there was a lot of there was a lot of anxiety and actually kuna watu waliingia depression ingine mbaya sana, because now without government posting means you had to, there was a lot of things that were cut off. You know, when you got posted by government, it was easier for you to get back to school for postgraduate after working for a few years. You could be released still on a salary, go back, come to KNH or go to Eldoret or wherever, do your masters and then come back as a consultant. Now, all these things went with the termination of automatic posting. So it meant you either had to have a lot of money for you to come back to school and study and still take care of yourself without any salary on the side, or you just gave up kabisa on the dream of ever becoming a consultant or furthering your studies. Now, majority of us actually fell on the latter latter category of probably just giving up on the, because you tried, you fought a few things, and then you realized, well, most of those people in med school are usually these bright people from very poor backgrounds. So ukimwekea pressure ya you know, you have to make money for yourself and then go back and pay the fees. And you saw the other day the fees were also raised astronomically. They shot from wherever they were to more than 4 times what people are paying initially. So everything now it's like everything works against you. So the issue of interns, personally, let me say that the occupation of MOH, mimi kesho nitakuwa, I will show up. I will be at Afya House. Anyone who is, and I'm hoping will be like a big number, because I think in this country we've realized that this is probably the only thing that will now make heads to start rolling. We need a cleanup of the Ministry of Health. There is a lot of laxity there. There's no work that is going on. It's like the ministry has neglected what it is actually supposed to do. Now, I want to state that interns are actually doctors, and hii mambo ya kusema ati other interns are not being paid, I think Kenyans can see beyond that bullshit. I've seen the way people talk, the way people address this issue, and I am convinced that Kenyans are wiser than the government bloggers. Forget about Kina Itumbi. You know, whenever there's anything to do with health, usually the first casualty of anything like this is usually the truth. So the bloggers of Wagava, they will work on ensuring that whatever propaganda is circulating is actually strong enough to convince a few people, and they have succeeded so far. Because I remember in 2017, the rumor that was going around, and it was even published on Citizen TV, was that I think interns were earning 391,000 shillings. You know, those were ridiculous figures, bana. Watu home wana call wanasema, we mzee, hii pesa yote unapeleka wapi bana? Kila mwezi unalipwa 391k. Now, beating such kind of propaganda requires also a big requires the opposing wing, which is now the wing of us who can actually tell this truth, to be strengthened also, so that anything that is thrown by the other side, we can counter it with facts. Now, the issue of pay has never been an issue. It is what the government brings about because it's convenient to show the public that these doctors do not really want to work. All they think about is money. In the list of things that took us to the recently concluded strike that lasted, I think, 56 days, there were 19 items on that list. Those 19 items, the issue of pay was just on, I think, 2 things. The others were fundamental issues that should be tackled by a government that is functional. Things like staffing of hospitals, things like payment for registrars who are working in Kenyatta and the other places that offer postgraduate training, things that actually make sense for the common mwananchi who pays taxes and who deserves to get treatment. But they were fought, and the thing that was floated around was how interns now demand over 206,000. And I think Kenyans have never had an issue with what doctors are earning. I think we are wise enough to know that we deserve a country where you actually get paid on merit. If someone goes to school for 6 years, 5 years, completes that rigorous training, becomes a doctor, and is actually taking care of patients in a facility where patients pay some money, and these patients are actually bringing back this money. These are brains that we should not frustrate. And I think 99%, if not 100% of us agree with the same. So payment of doctors, it has never been an issue, but it is a propaganda tool, and it is an easy one. It's a low-hanging fruit for Kina Itumbi. They run to it anytime there is a strike, and becomes very easy to use. So now when we show up at MOH tomorrow, the plan, of course, is just to occupy that MOH. Whatever other plans, of course, I'm not too well versed, but I will know when we get there. We will know. We go in there. we make our demands known, and part of our demands is that Nakumincha has proven beyond reasonable doubt that she doesn't know what she's doing. She has proven that she's clueless. She keeps scoring on goals all the time with anything that comes in that. Whenever I see her making a tweet, it's just painful to see the things she talks about. It shows you that she's in a position where she was placed and she has to stay there and earn her salary, but deep down she has no idea what she's doing or what she's supposed to do. And sadly, there's no one to guide her because she's an image of what this government is made of. Clueless from the top to the very least. Now, our doctor-patient ratio in this country is actually a disaster. Doctor-patient ratio is the number of doctors that you have seeing a certain number of patients. There's a recommendation by the World Health Organization, and then there's now what we have down here, which is what we call core ground. Now, a recommendation usually for medical officers, I think, is around is one doctor for 1,000 patients. That is what is recommended. Now in Kenya, we are doing like a doctor for like 6,000. That was according to the that National Bureau of Statistics, and these was his statistics at kitambo. We are tunachezea around hapo, and usually I think our numbers are even suppressed. The dentist now, we can't even talk about it because the WHO recommendation is that one dentist I should be seeing between 7,000 to 10 ikienda sana. 7,000 to 10,000 patients should be under the care of one dentist. Now this is a country where dentists are running away, doctors are running away. So now what you are left with is that for a single dentist, you're supposed to take care of 100,000 patients at the very least. And that is, we are more than 10 times what WHO would have recommended. And then to make matters worse, assuming that we had one dentist for 100,000 patients, then this dentist sits around in some public facility. This is a government that cannot even, we literally don't have anything in most public dental clinics. The best that you will get from a public facility is a tooth extraction. Now, fun fact is that a tooth extraction, even in dental school, when you go to school, it is not a topic that you will spend years learning how to extract teeth. It is uko mwisho kabisa. Like, it's something that will come. Of course, you will know how to extract teeth, you will know the principles, but you will not dwell on teeth extraction because usually extracting teeth it's a last resort thing. You would not want to do it, but you do it still. So it's important that you know about it. There are other aspects of dentistry like conservation and restoring teeth and important things like putting people out of pain without pulling out the tooth, Now, these are things you cannot do in a public facility in most places that I've been to because we do not even have chairs that are functional. You have a dental chair that is stagnant, cannot move up or down. It is in the same position and it's been there for years. Nobody's doing anything about it. The dentist shows up. There's nothing to do because patients come in. We run out of local anesthesia. We run out of gloves. Ya ukweli kabisa. There are hospitals out here which you go and as a patient you are told to go and buy your own gloves. You come with gloves hapo nje, hata sijui kuna mtu anaziuza. There's a cartel now that just sells you gloves for 10 bob out there for a pair. Go give those gloves to your doctor and see what they will do with those gloves. Man, it's a disaster, man. Like there's so much that is annoying in the health sector that you would not believe that health is actually a critical sector in this country. It's being treated like I don't know how it's being treated. I also feel like that the devolution of healthcare, it really messed us up. Though I know this is a train that already left the station. But taking this health to the counties where now we gave the governors powers over doctors, literally you have an MCA walking into the hospital, does not want to queue, it just comes to harass the doctors for no reason. And these MCAs, they have like, you see what was happening in the Ministry of Education in the where politicians walk around funerals and they have letters of appointment from TSC that just gives people permanent and pensionable jobs when you have other millions of hundreds and thousands of teachers sitting on the side with no jobs. Same story in the healthcare sector, only that now they may not be walking around with this, but the fact that an MCA can go influence maybe the governor and say, my niece finished medical school and now they need to be post them in this county. It's more like they are dictating how this is supposed to go. That county may not even be in need of a doctor at the time, though Kenya, theoretically, there's no county that is sufficient. But just saying, that county might not be in dire need, but there might be another county that needs this doctor. But now this doctor will not get posted. Either they stay jobless, or this guy influences a few people in that county and then they get a job. Now that is where we have reached, and it's a very dangerous precedent that we are setting with the health sector. We should never have to get to a position where a doctor who is qualified is literally begging for work in his own country. And these doctors will tell you, by the way, Twitter, upper X. It's just that now there are some confessions that doctors will tell you, which they will tell you, and you might even want to share them if you have like a big following. Kinambiti hapa, me I think nakuanga na watu kama 200. You can share the stories of these people who actually tell you about the kind of horror that they've been put through by those county service boards or whatever it is that do them interviews for the doctors. There are people who have been asked for bribes as high as 400,000. You are a doctor, you have not been employed, you are probably done with your internship if you're lucky, and then now you need a job in the county. When you go for those interviews, someone will call you on the side and tell you, I need 400,000, I need 200,000, Bob. There were cases here, there were cases in Kirinyaga, there are cases in all counties, just that not everyone has come out to confess, but there are confessions that I see and I've heard from people. And this is the kind of nonsense that should really annoy you. Actually, they are the things that you come across, and now the latest is this lady doctor who is now looking for work as a house help because I think amefika mwisho, and then we'll be surprised when some of these people just wake up one day and then they decide this is not worth it. After spending 6 years of my life in school and doing whatever I have been doing, I simply can't go on with this life the way it is. Someone decides to take their life. Oh, we advocate for mental health. Oh, mental health, bana. It's important that we work on mental health. But upuzi zingine, we don't need to start advocating for such things. We just need to take the bull by the horns and say, this is where the problem is. There's a problem of leadership. And that leadership is stemming from the head. And this is the Ministry of Health. And this is the only ministry that can take care of healthcare matters. If the people there are incompetent, if they admit that they cannot do this job, which they are already doing indirectly, they're not telling us, but we can see they are literally crying for help. They need us to help them. That is what we are going to do now tomorrow. We go in there, occupy that place. Anybody who feels the heat is too much, that's a public office. Please pack your bags and leave. We are not forcing you to stay there. All we are saying, sit in those offices and implement the policies that exist. Implement. You see, Mbiti amemention hapa hizo vitu zenye government ya Ruto ilitupea ikianza. Ruto gave a lot of things, which I think he does not know any of the things that he said during campaigns. Either he does not know, or he just chooses to ignore because he thinks Kenyans have been fools for too long, and now this is good. So now, as I wind up, I want to say that this will take a bit of time. This is more like a revolution that we are trying to initiate in this ministry. Of course, depending on how tomorrow goes and how much listening is done, because we need people to listen and to see that there's a problem and appreciate that there's a problem. Everyone knows there's a problem. We just need them to appreciate the gravity of this problem. So please show up. Let us do our part, which is now advocacy and pointing out the ills that we can see. And let us remind these people, the people in power, that this power is given to them by the citizens. And we are the same people who pay for these things. And when we pay, we deserve. Citizens of this country deserve to have services. Citizens of this country do not need task forces. We need task forces ya kufanya hii na kufanya hii. Mambo ya NHIF, people need to have treatment when they pay for that NHIF. There's so much money that is getting lost there, and we just need accountability, and we need the money to go to the right places. So I think that is basically what we are trying to fight for, and that is it forms a big proportion of why we are actually showing up and why we are presenting these things. Kamuzi, thank you so much, Nambiti.
Thanks, Alois.
Mbiti, can I just add something?
Yeah,
Can I
okay.
add something
Kamuzi,
before?
Go ahead.
Yeah. I've really heard what Dr. Rieko said, and I just want to echo the part where he said many doctors are not talking. Many doctors are not. It's the society. Unajua society umefanya medicine 7 years, and how can you be unemployed? I am talking from experience of being an employed engineer. How can you be unemployed and yet you're an engineer? So mtukaa daktari saizi, I have a couple of doctor friends, like almost 7 or 8, wenye tulisoma now back in Kapsabet. So when they went to school, to campus, wao walimaliza wakapata internship, and the way he said wanaitishwa like 300k or 200k. I have a doctor friend who used to work in a Thika level 5 hospital. When he went there for the internship, after internship, to be retained, in order to be retained in Thika level 5 hospital, as much as that time, sijui mnalipwa ngapi saizi. Internship was like 150k monthly or something like that, but kukuwa retained kwa sasa medical officer hapo, unaambia ulipe 400,000, ulipe. You know, if you have ethics, you cannot pay. But if you are unethical, you will find yourself paying. Or if you don't have an option, you'll find yourself paying. And many people never, you see the thread I shared on the space. This I wrote 4 years ago. It's actually 3 years ago I wrote about it, because many people never believe they were actually unemployed doctors, unemployed nurses. People used to think aje ni daktari na hujaandikwa kazi, acha jokes. Many people are so ignorant about this fact. Many people doesn't know that many doctors wanakapitia huku nje. And where I am, let me just tell you where I am. Daktari analipwa kaa sijui GDP ya huko or anything, but daktari analipwa the highest. Unapata daktari analipwa per hour, na inategemea hivi kuna levels. Kuna ile kawe ni ile surgical surgeon, unalipwa pesa mingi, unaweza lipwa 10,000 per hour, like you get what you. And what I really loved about this place, there was somebody who touched about ukienda hospitali bado wako na your data. Like me, there was a time I was sick, so nikienda hospitali hata after 2 years and I have my medical insurance and everything, they have all my data. They will tell me hii iliisha, do you have this, do you have this, everything. And I'm like, hii nilikujanga ikaisha, hii nilikujanga ikaisha, maybe today my blood hemoglobin iko chini, or last time nilikuwa na something else, labda nilikuwa na imeisha lack of vitamin D, saizi imepanda iko sawa. So many people, hiyo ndio tunataka Kenya. I've been to emergency units huku pia. Emergency units hapa ni very critical. Kuna madaktari wako on standby kungoja emergency like kwa hiyo inaitwanga ICU, emergency units tu, wao wenye wanaingianga hiyo emergency section. Kuna madaktari wako standby on it. I have been to emergency section ya KNH. I've been emergency section of my hometown Eldoret, MTRH mara kadhaa, and I've seen people suffering in machela, hizo zinaitwa machela stretchers. I've seen them suffering and dying before even getting treatment. Huku ukiona tu hiyo ni you have first priority. This is what we are asking. We are asking, this government thinks we are asking for so much. We're just asking for these doctors who are unemployed to attend for these people. And there was someone who talked about the doctor ratio. It's actually supposed to be 1 to 1,000 or 1,100, but in Kenya currently, it's not actually 1 to 6,000. It's actually 1 to 7,000, and it's going to 1 to 12,000. Inaendelea, unapata kuna this so much margin, and yet they are unemployed doctors. It doesn't make sense. So at the end of the day, we need, corruption is biting back to this system, because unapata hawa watu wanamaliza wanatumia do zao huko juu. Chenye napenda utapata their children, the political leaders, most of their children na waingiangi medicine, because medicine si rahisi. I won't lie to many people, ni kitu ina take your time and your brain and all everything. The doctors can confirm that. So unapata most of them they don't have that resilience and that knowledge kubaki kwa hii, so they will wataenda hizi political post, hizi manini za ufala ndio wakuja kuwa waheshimiwa in future or anything. So the funds wanatumia these politicians wanatumia on such kama their children, on wastage, on kaa Millicent Omanga vile ananunua Range Rover 63 million. Ukiona Murkomen anatembea na sijui watch how many million. Unaona sijui nani na kumicha sijui anasema hakuna, like you know all this. I should not repeat, like ni kitu itanifanya ni watu wa jam ama ni jam for no reason. So unapata they should channel this money to the medical interns. They should channel this money to the nurses. They should channel this money to the clinical officers. They should channel it to the medical laboratories. They should channel it to these nasema nini, like watu wote wenye wako tu kwa public officers, public health yote, but they are wasting the money. So haita reflect, hakuna vile nchi itagrow na corruption. unaona health sector inakufa, hata NIS peke yake inakufa because president apati information juu iko corrupted. So the same way MOH ikikuwa corrupted, watu wataumia village inaumia because clinics hata hawana madaktari qualified. So that's my only nini hiyo part ya kuinput hiyo part ni doctors wamekuwa neglected, their voices imefinywa because most doctors are not vocal. Most doctors utapata ni introverts.
But one thing that you've said that has been normalized. I'm one of those people who was, we used to work under this. Before I just wanted to, I'm happy. I wanted to give Henny the mic. Alikuwa amekaa sana. Oh, she's there. So after I speak, Henny will speak, and then Dr. Anyama, and then Joy. I'm giving just in the order with which you recruited. Yeah, so I'm one of those people who worked. I did my internship in Bungoma, and then there's this oppressive locum that people do. So once you're done with the internship, so everyone is scared, So of course in internship we used to earn 140, 150 depending on where you are. So if you're in a hardship county, your salary will be higher. So after internship, what happens? So there's this thing that most of these hospitals did. They take doctors on locum basis. You're not paid. Like for me, I didn't have a NHF cover. I didn't have any. So you just paid cash. You are paid with casual. So ulikuwa unaenda unajaza kitabu. I don't know what's the name of that book. So unaenda mnajaza kitabu chini. Mnalipwa kama casual. So the hospital has just hired you on contract basis. And so what happens when the time so you are working in the hope that these counties will employ you. So unapata wase, there's even what you call volunteering. So people finish internship and you stick around in that hospital hoping that they'll recruit you. So what happens? Unapata the county has advertised now. So county may advertise, of course, one thing that has happened, and one thing that's why we talk about the human resource issue in healthcare. It's a crime scene. A county like Muranga, your time Wairia, people used to. It was open. Like you come with money and you get. Kwanza kuna msee, people were paying as high as 600,000. So you come. That's why you'll find counties like Muranga will advertise twice a year. It was big business for the county. So unaenda hapo na 300,000 unaambiwa this is not enough. Unarudishiwa cash. A county like Vihiga, there's a time I think in the previous regime or the last whatever. So you can imagine a county hired people, of course doctors ulikuwa unaongana. People raised I don't know what 1 million to get the job. So county government ikakuja cancel the recruitment. I don't know how many months. People had worked for 8-9 months without pay. People lost millions. These things are there. We find that doctors, we have normalized. Me, I'm one of those people. I always say that I will never pay a shilling to get employed. There's someone told me, so like this issue, so people would go for 6-7 months without pay at the hospital contract. So venye mi nakwanga mse wa kuongea, so nienda na mouth nasema mazee, amwezi kuwa na madoctors mnakaa nao 7 months amjua. Even now there are some doctors who call me, doc, hatujalipwa tuongelee. So I was marked, like I'm one of the people who was very vocal. So kwa hiyo list ya kwa employer wase wakaunti wakanichuja, wakanifukuza, wakasema this guy speaks a lot. So na nauliza madoki, how can you stay? And the problem in medicine is the more senior, the more you get, and that is the problem with us, that the moment you get comfortable. So if for your finished internship, there are those people, for example, alafu kuna wangana hizi stories za connection when it comes to hiring people. Utapata mko internship, amjemaliza internship, so unapata county kama Nairobi imeadvertise, KU imeadvertise. Msee, wewe bado unangana, you don't have licenses and those kind of things. So unapata because someone has connection, anajua na sijui na nani public service board, hizi mabullshit tu za corruption, unapata an intern was not yet even completed internship, amesha shortlistiwa. And emo mwenye amekuwa huku nje for 2-3 years akingangana nje anakosa. So you find that there's a lot of corruption, not only even at the county level, even these big parastatal hospitals, the KUs, for example, look at what happens in KNH. I'm one of those people who got a contract ya work KNH. I turned it down. KNH has 2 cadres of MOs. I don't know if that changed. That was like 2 years ago. So there's this group of MOs who earn, I think, a net of around 190 to 200,000. Then there's this group of MOs who are paid, I think it was 90K. 90K, and you are renewing your contracts every 3 months. Like unaenda unapewa contract ya 3 months, una sign. unakaa hapo, huyu CEO, this corrupt CEO mwenye juzi alikuwa this guy, I don't know what's the name, I remember that guy. So you can imagine you are doing the same exact kind of job, the same working hours, I don't know, it's 40 hours a week, you are seeing the same patients, you're exposed to the same risk, yet there's this group of MOs, you are the same cadre, same qualifications, they are some earning 200k na kuna sewa 90k. So mi nauliza hawa si like, amwezi ingia tu, amwezi amua tu mwende kwa ofisi ya huyu CEO mzushe, amwezi ingia tu, like it never made sense to me, but they came to realize there's a lot of impunity that happens in this system, not only just doctors but across different cadres. And part of this thing, the people who are enabling these things are the doctors themselves. The CEO of KNH is a doctor. Most of these most of these chief officers and CECs in county levels are doctors. They know these are the people, like we say. That's why I'm of the opinion that even when it comes to these things of union leaders, you should elect someone who understands the issues, because these people are doctors. Most of them were paid for walikuwa namaliza internship, wanakuwa absorb directly, wanarudi shule, wanalipiwa. They never paid au kusweat even for a month or anything. They're the same doctors who are now chief officers and cabinet CECs in the county hospitals, level 5s, med soups and those kind of things. Now ndo wanafinyilia the same young doctors who are trying to come up. So I think it's about time we also have a shake-up. I think the number of young doctors are very, very high. It's about we call out these people. Vijiseme tunasema Nakumincha must go. If you have sahi CEO ya KNH inafaa kwe jela. MTRH, the same thing is happening, you know. There are so many things that have happened. There's a lot of even tribalism, especially with not with devolution. Mseka mimi jina yangu venye nakuanga Mofas hivi, unajua tu number 1 huwezi chujwa kwa list. There's a day Kisii County advertised 12 positions za MOs and they shortlisted 350 people. 350 people. Mse wa public service board alikuwa anakupigia mse, niaje? Uko na pesa ngapi? Uko na pesa ngapi? It was open, like there's nothing ya kuficha about this corruption in healthcare. But I think it's about time, because it was just a matter of time, because as the number grows and the frustration grows, definitely this was just a ticking bomb that will come to explode. So let's I think it's about time we have this conversation about corruption in healthcare. As much as the government is falling short, we the healthcare professionals as well, we are biggest enablers of this corruption. Because if I can give 600,000 na mwingine akuje na 400,000 ambue this one is less, but you don't care, so long as wewe umeshapata job yako na umesonga, that is the issue. So unapata it's just a vicious cycle that goes round and round. I want to bring Henny and then Dr. Anyama and then Joy in that order. I'm seeing you, Achena. I'm seeing just the people in the order which, so that to be fair. Karibu Daktari.
Thank you very much. Please confirm that you can hear me.
Yeah, we can.
Okay. So umenita daktari, but I'm not a daktari yet. I'm a student. I'm training. My name is Lynn. I'm in the University of Nairobi, and I just passed the halfway mark of my degree. Now, mnaongea a bit too sober for my liking. You're speaking like
Mnamsikia Eni?
statesmen, and we need to be angry because, first
Yeah,
of
we
all,
can
before I
hear. We
even
can hear.
go any further,
Continue,
Tunamsikiza.
Henny.
okay,
Okay.
before I even go any further, I'm very proud of the seniors in this profession for standing with the juniors. It's very rare that you find people in higher cadres of professions standing with people who wako chini yao. And I think that's because doctors have very horrible collective experiences during their internship, and it's kind of nice to see that togetherness in the profession. So mimi point yangu iko a bit far from what you've been talking about, because mostly mnaongelea about internship, but the healthcare training inakuwa a bit, it's deteriorating, because when I was admitted, we were 600 students in my year group, and the year that I was admitted, they increased the tuition fees. So as it stands, people are paying 700,000 per academic year to train to be doctors. If you do the math, that's about 3.8 million in tuition fees. This is a public government institution charging people close to 4 million a year, 4 million for the whole course. And the over admitting, like I said, we're 500 now because people keep failing. But we're 500 students and only about 100 of those are government sponsored. So it's a catch-22 for us because we're being admitted a lot and then ukombele tunaona nyi watu ampostiwi. So there's a huge loss of hope in the profession, and I stand like to say that there's a huge loss of hope. Personally, when I was growing up, when I was getting into the profession, mi nilijua daktari is the only person mwenye akimaliza shule anajua kazi inamgoja, because like there's always sick people, and as you people have articulated very very well, there is a human resource deficit in the healthcare profession. So it's very demoralizing. There's a like every single protest that they've had, they don't usually tell you, but the people who are on the streets, it's 50% interns and 50% med students, because tunaona kama nyinyi mmekwama if they start putting people in batches. And right now the University of Nairobi alone is producing like 300 doctors per year. By the time we get to my year, it's going to be producing like 600 doctors per year. Now wanasema